The President, please be seated. The court is now in session. This morning we're going to hear the testimony of another witness, witness KW22, as scheduled. The greffier is now instructed to report the attendance of the parties to the proceedings. The greffier. Mr. President, the parties to the proceedings today are all present. The witness KW22, who is going to testify in today's session, is available and awaits call from the chamber. He has no relationship with any parties to the proceeding and that he has already taken an oath. The President, the court official is now instructed to call witness KW22. The President, the witness, what is your name? Response, I'm Chiem Sưa. The President, do you use other names other than Chiem Sưa? Response, no, I don't. The President, how old are you, Mr. Chiem Sưa? Response, I'm 52 years old. Question, what do you do for a living today? Response, I am a farmer and I collect palm juice. The President, according to the report of the greffiers of the trial chamber, you have no relationship with the parties to the proceeding and you have already taken an oath. Is that correct? Response, it is correct, Your Honor. The President, we now proceed to inform the rights and obligation of a witness. As a witness, Mr. Chiem Sưa, you can or you may decline to answer any questions that you are afraid that your testimony could self-incriminate you. So you have the right not to incriminate yourself. And at the same time, you shall tell the truth, nothing but the truth. Mr. Chiem Sue, where did you live and what did you do during the time between 1970 to 1975, the 17th of April, 1975? Response: I joined the Khmer Rouge Army, and during the time when we fought against the Lol regime, and in 1975 I moved to Duch village to plant potatoes, sweet potatoes and cassavas. And after 1975, the person named Chan came to take me to join the training, military training at Prek Ho and Takmau. After the training, I went to work at S21 to guard the compound. At the beginning, I did not know that I would be taken to work at S21 and that S21 could have been the prison. The president. So during the time when the country was at war between 1970 to 1975, you worked as a soldier to liberate the country. Is that correct? The president, could you please listen again? Between 1970 to 1975, you had worked as a soldier to liberate the country. Is that correct? Response: yes, it is correct. The president, during that time, in which unit had you worked as a soldier, and in which location was your unit positioned? Response: I worked as a local militia. The president, in which location did you work at and in which sector? Response: I worked as a militia in the Kampong Chanang sector. Question: you said after the 17th of April 1975, you was taken by Chan to Phnom Penh to work at Duch area. Is that correct? Response: it is not correct, Your Honor. Question: you were selected to work in Phnom Penh. To the best of your recollection, do you still remember when were you taken to work in Phnom Penh and who took you? Response: it was Chan, the Chan with ringworms. The president, can you tell us about the date when you were being taken from that location to Phnom Penh? Mr. Chiem Sue, could you please be reminded that before you can respond, please wait until you see the red light is on the mic. Otherwise, your responses would not be well communicated to the parties to the proceeding and to the judges, and also we will find it difficult to have your speech or testimony recorded in the transcript. And it is also important that your message is rendered by our interpreters so that it can be heard, and be reminded that we are now using 3 languages at the same time: Khmer, French, and English. So once again, please be reminded that speaking before the mic is on is just useless. Do you still remember that when you were taken to work in Phnom Penh, when was it? Response: I don't remember it. Question: were you the only person to be taken to work in Phnom Penh, or did you come along with other people from your home, your place? Response: there were quite a lot of people. Question: when were you assigned to work at the beginning? In which location? Response: first, I was sent to work in Duch. Question: when you got to Duch, what kind of work were you assigned to do? Response: I was made to attend trainings how to demine, to plant mines, for example. Question: how long had you attended such training, and what was the location called? Response: it was called Break Hole. Question: how long had you been in that military training sessions? Response: I don't remember it quite well. I don't remember the date. Question: after you had finished the military trainings at Prague Ho, where were you sent to work next? Response: I was taken to work at S21. Question: do you remember that when you were taken to work at S21, just tell us the date, when exactly was it? Response: no, I don't remember the date. Question: do you know the location you claimed that you had worked at? You said it was S21, so to the best of your recollection, can you tell the court where should it have been located? Response: it is at the Tuol Swai Prey location, which is the Tuol Slang Museum currently. The President, when you were assigned to work at that location, what kind of assignment was it, and in which unit you belong to? Response: I worked at the S21 unit under the supervision of S21, of course. Question: what kind of assignment was you given? Response: I was assigned to guard outside. Question: you worked as a guard guarding outside S21. Who was the chief of the team or unit or the platoon or company? So can you remember any of them? Response: I don't remember their names. Question: do you remember the chief of the unit or the platoon or the company? Because you worked in such a military unit, there could have been the chiefs or the commanders, for example. So we are not asking you to remember staff members or your colleagues, but we would like you to tell the court if you remember the chiefs of the platoon or the company under which you worked. Response: the chief of the company was Kaing, who was supervising the company back then. Question: as a guard who had to guard outside, can you tell the court what kind of tasks were you assigned, and in general, in which location did you guard? Response: I had been guarding to the west, at the corner to the west of S21. Question: how long had you have to work or to guard the premises on a daily basis? Response: we had to guard 12 hours a night. The President, judges of the bench, would you wish to put questions to this witness? The council, you take the floor. Thank you, Mr. President, said Mr. Kung Som-on. I would like to make a small observation in relation to the record of the interview of the witness before the co-investigating judges with ERN 00162758. Document D22/12. On the second page, I would like to quote the portion. In the first point, there has been contradictory messages because the witness said that he could read and write Khmer, but then in the next line he indicated that he did not go to school because he was very poor. So we would like the parties to the proceeding who are going to put questions to the witness to simplify their questions to make sure that you can assist him with clear messages because he is illiterate and that he is a peasant or palm juice collector, so his educational background is very limited. So please make sure that questions are brief and precise so that the witness is able to respond efficiently and accurately. Thank you. The President, Judge Yasakon, you may proceed with your questions. Judge Yasakon, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Witness, when you were assigned to work at S21, did you know who were the superiors at S21? Response. There were 3 people in the superior position: Hui, Peng, Ho. Question. You said Peng was the chief of the company. Now we would like to know who would be the most responsible person at that location. Response. It was Hui. Ho. Question. Do you know the accused? Duch? Response. Could you please say again? Question. Do you know the accused? Duch? Response. I know him. He was the most superior person at S21. Mr. President, say Judge Yasakon, could you please instruct the accused to stand up so that the witness can see? Question, do you know him? The accused can be seated. Question. How many units were there at S21? Response. No, I don't know. Question. In which unit were you assigned to? Response. I worked in the common unit at S21. Question. Were you assigned to work in the defense unit? Response. Yes, I was assigned to guard outside. Question. Do you remember the chief of your unit? Response. No, I don't. Because there has been many years already. Question. Do you know the person named Hong? Response. He had been the chief of the unit, but he died later on. Question. Was he your chief of the unit? Response. Yes, he was. Question. While guarding the compound, were you guarding within the compound or outside? Response. I worked outside. Question. How many layers of defense guards were deployed at that location? Response: there was only one unit who were assigned to guard outside. There was only one layer of guard. Question: you said, do you remember that you stated that there was 3 layers of defense guards outside the compound? Response: I did say that there were 3 groups of guards who were guarding at 3 corners, but not 3 layers. Question: in which corners were those guards assigned to work at? Response: I don't think I can grasp what the other people would have been assigned to work, but I think they could have been working at the south, the west, and the north corner. Question: in which corner were you assigned to work? Response: I was assigned to guard at the corner to the west. Question: it was at the location on the road that links to Tuol Tumpung market? Response: yes, it is correct. Question: what kind of task were you assigned while being on guard? Response: I was assigned to plant vegetables, guard the compound. Question: did you guard the objects or detainees? Response: I was guarding the detainees and to make sure that no one could escape. Question: before you had been deployed to guard the compound, did you receive any or had you received any trainings or instructions, and who would be the instructor? Response: it was Peng who was giving the instruction to us regarding the guarding assignment. Question: what about Hong? Did Hong also instructed you? Response: the chief of the unit, who was Hong, also instructed us in the livelihood meetings, but later on he died. Question: where did you stay at night after off duty? Response: we stayed in a house on the road outside the compound. Question: was the house adjacent to the place you guarded or was
of the road? Question: the dining hall, was it a communal dining hall for all the S21 staff? Or was it only for your group? Response: the dining hall was communal for the entire S21 unit. Question: did you know if there was only one communal dining hall at S21? Response: I only knew of one dining hall. Question: when you went to have your meal, did you see other people from other groups also going there to have their meals? Response. Yes, but we ate at or within our own unit or group. Question. When you had your meal, did you only have your meal within the 12-person group? Or were there other groups also having meal at the same time? Response. We ate within our own group. After my group finished, then another group would come in. Question. Did you know the groups that came in later? What group was it? Response. They were from the various guarding locations. I was not sure whether they were from the north side or not. Question. Did you ever meet those guards, the inside guards? Response. No, I never met them. Question. Did you know there were guards who stood guards inside the compound? Response. Yes, I knew, but I did not know which location they stood guard. Question. How did you know there were guards who stood guard inside the compound? Response. I knew that because when the group who got it inside came to the dining hall. Question. Did the cook ever tell you about different groups who came to have meals after your group left? Response. Yes. The cook told me. After my group finished, then another group would come in, and so on and so forth. Question. Did the cook ever tell you if the accused just finished his lunch and left? Response. I didn't know that. Question. When you stood guard outside, what gun was given to you? Were all of you armed? Response. No, not all of us armed. There were only 2 guns within our groups, so we took turn to hold the gun. Questions. During the time that you stood guarding, did you ever see any vehicle passing by and going inside the compound? Response. I saw vehicles entering S21, but I did not know whether the prisoners were transported in those vehicles or not. Question. The vehicles that entered S21, where did they come from, or were those vehicles belong to S21? Response. I did not know about those vehicles. Question. What was the condition of those vehicles? Were they fully covered vehicles, or could you see the back of the vehicles? Did you see any people there? Response. I only heard the sounds of the vehicles, but I did not go closer to those vehicles. Question. When the vehicles arrived, did the vehicles have to stop at your location before they were permitted to enter the compound? Response. The vehicles were driving on another road, not on the road where I stood guard. Question. During the time that you stood guard, Could you estimate how many vehicles entering S21? And what was the frequency of those vehicles? Response: I didn't know it clearly. Once in a while, I heard the sound of the vehicles entering the compound. I think it was every 3 or 4 days. Question: did you only hear the sound of the vehicles, or did you see the vehicles with your own eyes? Response: I only heard the sound of the vehicles. Question: did you ever see any vehicle leaving S21 compound? Response: I did not know about the vehicle exiting S21 or not. It might have left at night time or at a different time when I did not stand guard. Question: during the time that you worked as a guard outside, were you ever assigned to be with another group to make arrest of the people outside and brought them to S21? Response: no. Question: during the time that you stood guard, did you ever see any other people walk prisoners? Response: no, I did not. Question: did you ever see any foreign prisoners, for example, white complexion with brown hair and large beards? Response: no, I did not see any of them. When I stood guard outside, I saw one foreign prisoner being walked. I didn't know the nationality of that person. Question: you saw one prisoner being walked. When was that? Response: I did not know when it was. Question: I just want to know whether the person was being walked in the morning, at lunch, at noon time, or in the evening. Can you tell us? Response: it was around 6 p.m. Question: how far were you when you saw that prisoner being walked? Response: I could not estimate. The distance was pretty far. Question: how many blocks were you away? Response: at that time there were no houses next to each other. There was only like sporadic houses here and there. Question: how many prisoners who were being walked when you saw them? Response: 3 prisoners were being walked. Question: how many prisoners? Response: there was only 1 prisoner. Question: what happened to that prisoner Response. I did not actually see the prisoner being walked in detail. I only had a glimpse while that person was being walked. Question. Was the prisoner handcuffed and blindfolded? Response. I did not notice that. Question. Which direction the prisoner was being walked? Response. I did not know from which direction the prisoner was being walked. I only saw him being walked while I stood guard. Question. Was it to the north or south, the side of the location where you stood guard? Response. The prisoner was being walked toward the south direction from the location where I stood guard. Question. At that time, were you standing and guard or did you patrol? Response. I was patrolling up and down. Question. What happened next to that prisoner? Response. I did not know. Question. The three people who walked that prisoner, did you see them carry any car tires? Response. Only after I returned, I saw them placing the car tires onto the body of that prisoner. Question. You just stated that a prisoner was being walked, and the question is, did the people who walked that prisoner carry any car tires? Response. They did not carry any car tires when they walked that prisoner. Question. Did you see the prisoner being asked to sit? Response. Yes, he was asked to sit. Question. What happened next after he was asked to sit? Response. They put the car tires onto his body through his head. Question. So at that time, the prisoner was still alive while he was ordered to sit. Is this correct? Response. Yes, the prisoner was alive. Question. How many car tires did they insert onto his body? Through his head, is that correct? Response. Yes. Question. How many car tires? Response. I was not sure how many of the car tires were inserted onto the body of that prisoner. Question. When the car tires were being inserted onto the body of that prisoner, were the three people who walked them present at the same time, at that time? Response. Later, they all left. And they burned that person. Question. Did they carry any gun? Response. They did not carry any gun. Questions. Among the three people, who actually lit the car tires? Response. All the three of them. Question. What else did you observe after the car tires were being lit and they were burning? What happened to that prisoner? Response. I did not look. I only saw the car tires were burning. Question. How long did it take for the car tires to completely burn? Response. I was not sure because then the shift ended. Question. How many hours did it take for those car tires to burn off? Response. I did not know how many hours. I did not have a watch to look at the time. Question. What was your guarding hours at that time? Response. From 6 to 12. Questions. You mean 6 p.m. to 12 a.m.? And when you saw that prisoner was being walked, it was almost dusk. So during the 6 hours of your shift, did you observe the incident through the whole shift? Response. At that time, the car tires were still burning, but then the shift ended. Questions. When your shift ended, what else did you see? Did you see the prisoner was burnt off? Half of the body was burnt off or what? Response. During the time that I stood guard, the car tires were still burning. I think probably everything was burnt off during the next shift. Question. What was your next shift on the next day? Response. I started again from 6 p.m. Question. Did you look at the direction where the prisoner was burned? Any remnants or the leftover of the body of the prisoner? Response. Yes, I did saw some remaining there. Question. What remainings were left? Response. I saw the black torso and also the black burnt legs. Question. So they did not use more car tires to burn the body completely? Response. No, they did not use any other tires. Question. You said there were remainings. That was the black torso and the burnt legs. And you said the body was burnt away. Was the body completely burnt to ashes or the remains were still there? Response. At that time they burnt off the body, but the body was not completely burnt because they did not use extra car tires to burn the body completely off. There were some remainings of the body. Question. So, next day, during your shift, you still saw the remainings of the body of that prisoner. Is that correct? Response. Yes. Question. So then you continue for 6 hours during your guard shift. Was the remains of the body removed, or was it still there when your shift ended? Response. The remains of the body was still there. Nobody touched it. Question. Until your shift ended at 12 a.m., the remains of the body was still there. Is this correct? Response. At the location where I guarded, the remains of the body was still there. Nobody took it away. Question. Until when did you not see the remains? How many days after that? Response. I did not know. Later on, it disappeared. Questions. Can you estimate how many more days or how many shifts of the guard duty did you do before the body was removed? Response. I did not look into that location later on when I was on duty. Question. You saw that incident. Did any of your work colleagues see that incident as well? Response. In my group, we talked to each other that a body was being burnt away. Question. Did you clearly see the 3 people who took that prisoner to be burnt away? Did you know which group they belong to? Or did you know any of the 3 people? Response. I did not know them, and I did not know which group they belong to. Question. Did you know that S21 staff were arrested and detained at S21? Response. I did not know that. Question. You just said then that Hong, your group chief, who already died, was he arrested or what? Response. He was arrested. He was arrested and detained at S21. Question. Hong, your group chief, did he also stay at that house where you stay? Response. Yes. We stayed together. Question. When your group chief was arrested, when was that and how was the arrest conducted? Did they use blankets to cover his body? Response. No, there was no blanket. He was arrested on the pretext that he was asked to attend a meeting to get the assignment for his duty. Question. Did you know the reason for the arrest of Hong? What mistakes did he make? Response. I did not know. Questioned. Was it not because he knocked off while he was on guard duty? Response: No, I did not know what mistake he made. Question: So he was asked to attend a meeting, and when was that? Response: I did not really know the details. I think it was in the evening. I just cannot tell you the exact time. Question: Can you recall who came to call Hong to go to attend a meeting? Was the person also a member of your group, or was the person coming from another group? Response: The person came from another group, from the inside of the compound. Question: How many people actually came? Response: There were 3 of them. Question: What exactly did they tell Hong? For example, under whose instruction that he was required to go and attend the meeting? What did you hear? Response: I forget. I cannot recall what was said to him at the time. Question: When the 3 of them came to tell Hong, did Hong immediately go with them, or he went in the next morning? Response: He left immediately. Question: Did they walk him off, or was he transported? Question: All of them walked.
Question: Did you see him return? Response: No, I didn't. I thought that he would have died. Question: Who told you about this, that he died? Response: Hong's brother told me. Question: What was the name of Hong's brother? Judge Yasakon, could you please be reminded that wait until you see the red light before you respond? Can you tell us again what was the name of Hong's brother? Response: He was Kieu Po. Question: Was he an inside guard? Response: Yes, he was. He worked with his brother. Question: Did you ever ask Hong's brother whether he could be taken to be interrogated? Response: No, I didn't. Question: Did you know where Hong was detained? Response: No, I didn't. Question: Did you know where Hong would be taken to because he disappeared? Response: No, I have no idea. Question. Did you ever see any female detainee being walked by guards from inside out or from outside into S21? Response. No, I have never seen that. Question. Had you ever been told that inside the compound there were some individual cells and that the detainees would be given meals or not, or whether they had a wash? You know that? Response. No, I don't. Question. You worked outside. How long had you been assigned to guard outside before you were reassigned? Response. I don't remember. It was almost the time when June, the Vietnamese, approached. Then I was sent to the rice field. Question. So you had worked as the outside guard until the day you were sent to the rice field. Is that correct? Response. Yes, it is. Question. During the time when you worked at that location, had you ever been sent to attend any trainings, political sessions, for example, or any other trainings in which instructions on how to guard would be lectured? Response. Actually, we did not attend such any formal meetings or session. We were told from one another how to be a good guard. Question. Did you attend political sessions? Response. No, I didn't, because I did not write or read, so there was no point. I was invited to attend such sessions. Question. Among the 12 people in your group, was there anyone ever called to attend such political sessions? Response. I never saw anyone going to attend such political sessions. None of the colleagues in my group ever attended such sessions. I don't know what happened to the other groups. Question. Had you ever paid a visit into the inner part of the S21 compound? Response. No, I hadn't. Question. Do you know that, did you know back then that the Vietnamese prisoners of war were being detained inside the S21? Response. No, I have no idea and I didn't know about that. Question. Do you know that detainees were taken to be interrogated and that tortures were used? Had you ever heard any conversations among your colleagues about these issues? Response. No, I had never heard any one of us who share such conversation. Question. When exactly were you sent to the rice field? Response: I don't remember the date. Question: can you give us a approximate figure? For example, how many months before the 7th of January 1979? Response: no, I don't. At that time, we did not know the date. We were focusing only on our work. That's all. Question: did you also learn that detainees would be taken to be executed at Kaing Guek? Response: no. Judge Yasakon, Mr. President, I have no further questions to put to this witness. The President, judges of the bench, would you wish to put further questions? Judge Lavench, you take the floor.
Judge Lavench, could you remind us how old you were when you arrived in S21?
តើលោកចាំទេតើលោកអាយុតើលោកចាំទេតើលោកអាយុប៉ុន្មានពេលដែលលោកទៅដល់ស21 ខ្ញុំអត់បានចាំដែរ
Response: I don't remember, Your Honor.
Judge Lavench, how long did you work as a guard in S21?
I forget already, says the witness.
Judge Lavench, where were you on the 7th of January 1979 when the Vietnamese arrived or entered Phnom Penh?
Response: I ran home to my hometown.
Question: before you ran away, where were you? Were you in S21 or were you somewhere else?
I was at rice fields.
Question: for how long had you been at the rice fields?
Response: I don't remember.
Question: and what rice field was this one?
It was at Praisar, says the witness.
Question: were you there to be re-educated, or were you there just to cultivate the soil? Who sent you there?
Response: I was there to temper myself and to cultivate rice, but I don't remember who sent me there.
Question: had you done anything wrong in particular that justified your being sent to Praisar?
Response: the whole group was removed and sent to work at the rice fields.
Question. Were you interviewed by the co-investigating judges? I believe you were, and I think this was the document number D2212 of the case file which we have mentioned before. And in your interview, you mentioned the fear that you felt on several occasions, as well as the discipline under which the guards worked. I would like you to tell us a little bit more about the fear you felt. What were you afraid of exactly when you were in S21?
Response. I would not like to respond to this question, please.
Question. Can you tell us whether you're still afraid today? When you think of S21, are you still frightened?
Response. No, I'm not feeling any frightened.
Question. And today, are you afraid of the accused?
Response. No, I'm not.
Question. Are you afraid of the judges?
Response. Yes, I am a little bit afraid of the judges.
Judge Laverne, I believe you have had the opportunity to meet with your lawyer, who explained a number of things to you, including the fact that you may not answer questions that might incriminate you. But I would say that apart from that, you must answer and contribute to the ascertainment of the truth. So, what can you tell us about the discipline and the instructions that you followed? Was it easy to be a guard in S21 or was it difficult?
Response. It was difficult because we were frightened and we had to work hard to guard the compound.
Question. Did you have any contact with the outside world, or were you completely shut in and only spent time amongst yourselves? Did you have any contact with your family and friends? Did you have any opportunity to go to Phnom Penh?
Response. Could you please repeat your question, Your Honor?
Question. Did you have any contact with your family during the time when you were in S21?
Response. No, I didn't.
Question. What can you tell us about Duch? Did you participate in training sessions with him?
Response. No, I did not participate in any training sessions with him. There were other people who participated in such sessions with him.
Question. And did you know what Duch said during these training sessions?
Response. No, I didn't know what Duch instructed the trainees because I never attended such session.
Question. During your interview by the co-investigating judges, that is the co-investigating judges' investigators, you said this, amongst other things. I'm referring to page 12 of the French, that is document number D2212, ERN is 00162753. The following question is put to you. Were you afraid? And you answer, I was afraid all the time. I tried to avoid falling asleep during guard duty. If we fell asleep, we were sure to die. Question. You say that you did not see people being killed, so why were you afraid? Answer. I was afraid because I did not know whether I was making mistakes. I was afraid of being arrested like the others. Question. Did you receive warnings or threats? Answer. It was said that Duch had set up a plan so that if an enemy were to escape, you would be arrested and imprisoned within a minute. Do you recall saying that?
Response. Yes, I do, although I feel like I'm not sure whether I have remembered this portion.
Question. How many times did you come across or run into Duch?
Vous saviez ce qu'il faisait à S21?
Did you know what he did at S21?
Response. At S21, he was the big boss, supervising or administering all the units at S21.
Vous avez dit aussi
Judge Lavergne, you also said that everyone was very frightened of Duch. Is that true?
Response. Yes, it is.
alors aujourd'hui.
Question. So, today, can you tell us why you are no longer frightened of Duch and you are more frightened of the judges instead?
Response. I would like to also apologize that I said this because I was afraid I would make any wrong statement in the court.
Judge Lavergne, I have no further questions for this witness, Mr. President.
The President, next, we would like to give the floor to the co-prosecutors to put questions to the witness. You take the floor. Co-prosecutor, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chiem Sưa, You stated that before 1975 you joined the CHLOP or militia. How old were you back then? Response: I was 12 years old. Question: what was your task at that time being the CHLOP? Response: I was asked or assigned to ambush the Lon Nol soldiers. Question: were you armed? Response: yes, I was. Question: what kind of weapon were you equipped with? Response: it was a kind of weapon in Khmer we call 8 nat. Question: did you ever run into the soldiers of Lon Nol or fought with them? Response: yes, I did. Question: so you claimed that you were 12 years old and you were equipped with arms to fight the Lon Nol soldiers, is that correct? And you said that after 1975 you were trained on military techniques. At that time, did you receive any instruction as what kind of why you were trained such military techniques? Response: could you please repeat your question, Mr. Prosecutor? Question: after the fall of Phnom Penh, you were trained on military techniques. Were you told of any purposes of such trainings? Response: I was told that we had to fight the Vietnamese or Yuan. Question: had you ever fought the Yuan, the Vietnamese? Response: no, I had not. Question: when you had meals together in a group, did you ever see children? Response: no, I didn't see any children. Question: at S21, did you participate in the self-criticism meetings in each group? Response: yes, I did. We attended self-criticism meetings in order to criticize ourselves and to build ourselves to protect the compound, not to let detainees escape. Question: how often was the meeting of self-criticism convened? Response: sometimes once a week, sometimes once after 3 days. Question: who led such meetings? Response: the chief of the unit was in charge, but I don't remember the name of that person. Question: when you were on guard at S21, did you ever hear any cries or screamings from the detainees? Response: I heard some kind of screamings, but probably not from the cries of the people. I heard some kind of cries, but I believe that it could have been the cries or the screamings of the people, but I was a little bit far from the compound. Response: question: what kind of screams do you believe would it be? Response. I think that would have been the screams of the people who suffered some kind of pains or tortures. Mr. Prosecutor, Mr. President, I have no further questions. I would like to share the floor with my colleague.
Mr. President, I have a very few number of questions for this witness. Were you ever disciplined for any mistake that you committed during the time you were at S21?
Response. No, I was not. Sorry, could you please repeat your question? The discipline here refer to the discipline among our guards or discipline in relation to the detainees?
Your chief Hong was arrested for a mistake that he committed. Were you told that you had committed a mistake and that you should not commit any further, or were you ever punished for any mistake that you committed yourself?
Response. I was instructed, so I was instructed to reconstruct myself and ourselves.
What was the mistake you had committed for which you were instructed?
Response. Actually, I did not make much mistake. Actually, we were instructed that if we made a small mistake, not to repeat it.
Just as you saw one foreigner being burned to death, did you see any other bodies being buried around the boundary where you were guarding?
Response. No, I did not see that.
This kind of question has been asked to you before, but did you ever see the accused during the time you were at S21, during those 2.5 years that you were a guard?
Response. Could you please repeat your question? I did not hear it properly.
Did you see the accused during the time you were a guard at S21?
Response. No, I never saw him. I only stayed at my place.
Did you
The President. The counsel for the witness, you may proceed. Counsel. Thank you, Mr. President. I would like the co-prosecutor to make it clear when you talk about the accused. I think the witness is confused. The accused here probably he referred to the prisoners who were detained during that time. The President, the co-prosecutor, you may continue.
Did you see Duch during the time you were a guard at S21?
Response. Yes, I saw him. I saw him and I knew him.
Where did you see him in S21?
Response. I saw him at the location where I worked. I did not go inside, I only saw him outside, only at the location where I worked.
What was Duch doing when you saw him at the location where you worked?
Response. When I saw him, he was coming out to look at the rice at the kitchen.
Was he instructing people to do something or not to do something?
Response. I did not know whether he gave instructions to other people. I did not dare to stay there long.
Mr. President, with your permission, can I request the projection of a picture P00005247, and then I'll ask my question.
The President, the AV officer, can you project a photo with the ZER number as requested by the co-prosecutor?
Mr. Chim Sur, can you see this picture? And can you remember if the dining hall where you had your meals was similar to this?
The response, no, I did not recognize this.
Can you see the picture of the person standing on the extreme left-hand side, and can you remember that person?
Response, it is not really very clear to me, so I cannot identify the person.
Can the AV unit please focus it on the person standing on the left-hand side corner of this picture? Your Honor, it may be connected to the OCP computer, which has it projected very properly. Mr. Chim Sur, can you now identify the person on the extreme left-hand side of this picture?
Response, I could not recognize the person who looked down, but the other person, that's the photo of Duch.
And when you saw Duch, was he in the dining hall when he was instructing people about the rice?
Response, I do not really know the location in this photo. It could be the location inside his workplace.
Your Honors, just last two questions on a different matter. Mr. Chim Sur, when you were guarding an entrance to the S21, or was it a boundary?
The President, the AV officer, you can remove the photo and only show the normal courtroom. Mr. Witness, you cannot respond to the co-prosecutor's question.
My question, Mr. Chimsur, was, when you were guarding S21, was it an entrance to S21, or you were just guarding a boundary, a wall?
Response. I stood guard the outside of the compound. Actually, I was guarding the outer perimeter of S21.
Was it a zinc wall?
Response. I was guarding outside the zinc fence.
Your Honors, I have no further questions for this witness.
The President, now it is time for a break. The chamber will take 20 minutes break, and we will resume at 11 a.m. Court officer, can you provide necessary refreshment to the witness and bring him back at the set time? All rise, says the graphier.
Prior to 1970, I studied at the Sampan Kraum School, and when I reached class 8, seeing my parents in difficulty, I stopped my studies. I then helped my parents with work until 1970. Question. And after the coup, what did you do? Response. Then we were united into groups within a farming cooperative. Question. What did you do after that? Response. I worked until 74. In 1974, they forced me into Pol Pot's revolution. The sub-district militia chased and surrounded me. I had fled to the East Bank. Later, they arrested me and put me in prison at Prek Toj. How many years did they imprison you? Response. They imprisoned me for 5 months. Then my younger sibling, who was one of Tanat soldiers, came to liberate me from prison and took me to Prey Swai village, Kondal Stung. Question. Your younger brother had joined the army before you. Response. Yes. Question. What is your younger brother's name? Response. Nye Peng. Question. After you went with Nye Peng, what unit were you in? Response. At first, I was in the economics unit, Battalion 112, Regiment 73, Division 12. Question. Please continue. Response. In the Pol Pot era, I worked in the 112 in the economics unit. Question. Did you ever transfer to a different unit? Response. No. I was only in economics in the 112. Question. In what year did you come to serve at S21? Response. March 1977. Won was the one who took me to work at S21. Question. Who was Won? Response. He was the chairman of an economics unit of the 50. Question. Won was chairman of economics of the 50. Where? Response. Won was chairman of the economics unit of 50 in the battalion 112. Question. When they called you to S21, did they tell you they were taking you to that place? Response. Before Won took me, I asked Won, comrade, where are you taking me? Won said, why do you want to know? When you get there, you will surely know. Won took me behind him on his bicycle. I kept on asking him along the way, are we nearly there? Won said we were almost there. And it was then that Won brought me to S21. The guard spat and said, come here, comrades, you are in prison again. Question. Who said that? Response. A guard guarding S21. Question. Did you know each other? And so was that why he said that? Response. I did not know him before. Question. So you waited for Won outside? Response. I waited outside. Question. Continue, please. Response. Later, Won came out and said, comrade, you can go inside now because I have spoken with Comrade Ho. So I went inside. Question. At first, what tasks did they assign you to do? Response. I was a guard for prisoners. Question. Guarding inside or outside? Response. Guarding inside in the upper building. Question. The inside guards, how many teams were they divided into? Response. 10 teams. Question. And which building was your team in charge of guarding? Response. We relieved each other. 5 teams guarded from 6 to 11 and another 5 teams continued in the afternoon. Question. Where was your team responsible for guarding, regardless of the timing? Response. The north building on the right hand side, building C. Question. Each team was responsible for one building. Response. They divided up 10 teams, 5 teams at a time, relieved by 5 other teams. We relieved each other as we went along. Question. Explain the task of guarding. What did you do? Response. The guards took care of the prisoners, defended, carried the food, and brought out the excrement. Question. Regarding the instructions given to the guards relating to prisoners, what instructions were given? Response. Upper echelon instructed not to talk loudly to the prisoners, to talk quietly and not to beat the prisoners. And upper echelon instructed that when the time came to carry the gruel, the rice, for the prisoners to eat. Question. If the prisoners wanted to go out to relieve themselves, who was responsible for that? Response: that was not permitted. When we guarded the first floor of that building, they had a device prepared for the prisoners to relieve themselves right there. Question: please explain clearly how the prisoners relieved themselves. What did you have them do to relieve themselves? Response: an ammunition case was kept for the prisoners to relieve themselves. Question: so for the prisoners who were shackled, how could they relieve themselves? Please explain. Response: the prisoners relieved themselves. They were not in shackles there. They used an ammunition case for the prisoners to defecate in. And after they had relieved themselves, we, the guards, shut the ammunition case and carried it out. Question: you say the prisoners were not shackled. The prisoners had the right to walk freely? Response: in the place where I guarded upstairs there, the prisoners were not handcuffed. Question: you only guarded the upper floors there? Response: I guarded the whole upper floor. The ground and second floors, that was the work of others. Question: on the upper floor, were the prisoners in large cells or small ones? Were there the prisoners in large cells or small ones? Correction. Response: on the upper floor, there were large cells. Question: none of those prisoners were kept in shackles? Response: there were none, just on the ground floor and first floor. Those prisoners upstairs had already been interrogated before being placed on the upper floor. Let me explain. There was the ground, first floor, the second floor, and I was on the third floor. Question: so the prisoners who had not yet been interrogated were put on the ground floor? Response: placed on the first floor, next to the ground floor. Question: please explain. The prisoner cells which you guarded, were they for men, women, and children mixed together, or what? Response: the cells I guarded, there was a cell for women and children, and other cells for the men. That place was for prisoners who had been interrogated. That place had 3 large cells. Question: tell me about the cell for women and children. Were there many children? Response: the cell for the mothers and children held about 7 children, and aside from them some women and some elderly people. Question: do you know where they took those mothers and children to later on? Response: the mothers and children, later on, Hoi's team came and took them. At 7 o'clock, they brought a vehicle to take them. They did not take them all. They took prisoners from other cells too. Question: 7 at night or in the morning? Response: 7 at night. Hoi's team came to take them. Question: as far as you know, where did they take them? Response: that was their law. They said Hoi had come to get them. They came up to get them. Hoi's team. We could not ask anything. Whenever we asked anything, they said we were enemies of the revolution. Question. When Hoi's team came to take the prisoners, how did they make contact with the guards? Response. Hoi entered the compound. I could see that from upstairs. They mostly contacted Ho and T, the one who kept the lists. There was only Ho below Duch. Question. You were a guard, so the cell keys were all with you. Response. I was a guard. There were 3 of us on the upper floor. The keys, whenever I carried the gruel, I gave them to the other 2 guards. We took turns. Question. So your instructions depended on the team coming to take the prisoners. You just had the order to unlock and lock them up. Response. Just to unlock and lock them up. Question. In your duties as a prisoner guard, what was the condition of the prisoners you observed? Response. The prisoners I guarded on the upper floor were in weak state from torture and beatings, and I saw that. One prisoner called out, "Brother, put ointment on my back a little for me. It hurts very badly." I called a medic to clean the wounds. Question. Were there other instances you saw? Response. When I was guarding there, not much happened. I saw that when they had finished interrogating them, they kept them at that place. But there were many skinny prisoners because the torture was severe. Question. How could you recognize the prisoners who had been severely tortured? Response. They brought those prisoners upstairs. They had finished interrogating them. The prisoners never told me. Some prisoners told me, "Brother, they beat me hard." But I did not dare say anything because I was afraid that if they came to interrogate them again, they would implicate me. Question. Explain. On the upper floor, there was a cell for women and children. Did you ever see them kill children in that cell? Response. If I talk about the moments when I was guarding, that did not happen. If Hoi's group had done that, there would have been a reaction from the prisoners. Question. Explain further. In the place where you were on guard, was there ever crying and screaming? Response. There was wailing. It's not like there was none, but when I heard the wailing, I called a medic because I was afraid that if a prisoner died, they would accuse me of being an enemy. Question. Did you ever see a prisoner dying there? Response. Yes, I did. An interrogator came to take a prisoner from the upper floor, and then the interrogator released the hands of that prisoner. That prisoner jumped from the building and died. I saw that with my own eyes. Question. Did you take prisoners from the detention site to interrogation, or was that another team? Response. I just locked and unlocked, and that interrogator recognized him and took that prisoner right away. And when they were leaving, when that interrogator had just released his hand a little, that prisoner then jumped from the building. Question. So the interrogators came to get the prisoners themselves. Can you remember the names of those interrogators who came to get prisoners? I cannot remember the names because I did not dare ask. Those who came to get them were all Dutch people. Question. Regarding Duch, did you see Duch come to the detention site often? Response. When I was on guard, Duch came often, but only to meet with Ho. He did not come to the building. Question. You said that Duch came to inspect the prison and only met with Ho, and Ho was your superior. In your opinion, who then was Duch? Response. When I was at S21, there was only Duch and Ho. Duch was the big chairman, and Ho was deputy. And Hui at Pre-Saw was member. The tall and dark Hui. Question. You said that you knew Duch, Ho, and Hui. Aside from them, whom else did you know? Like the chairman of the outside guards. Response. Inside S21 there, I cannot remember all the names, but I knew some inside like Poj in an S21 company, Thai, the head of an S21 company, Po, head of an S21 company, and the heads of units of 50, Sring, Aing, and Sri. I forget the names of 3 other heads of battalions. There were 6 in total. Those outside were Hui, Man, Srim. Those who made the arrests and took them in and out were all in that team. That team was at the sewer Duch to the west. I did not know the interrogators well. Question. Among those names, aside from Hui, are any still alive? Response. All of those I named are dead, aside from Hui. Question. Did you have any siblings working at S21? Response. At S21 prison, my younger brother worked there too. His name was Peng. Question. What did Peng do? Response. When Hui had arrested everyone, my brother rose to company leader with tea. Question. Is Peng still alive? Response. Dead. Peng died at Pilin. He was with Duch. Someone came and told me he had died during the war after 79. Question. In what year did he die? Response. I don't remember the year. Question. Do you know Chan? Response. Chan, probably. If he was an interrogator, I know him. Question. When you were working there, did you ever participate in meetings or political study sessions led by Duch? Response. When I was at S21, I studied. I went to them because they changed the times for the guard shifts. Duch called the guards to their school near Duch's house, and Duch gave instructions on what guards were to do to closely guard, and what anyone who let a prisoner escape would die. Duch said that we had to firmly believe in the revolution and not get reckless in guarding. Duch pointed as he spoke. He said a lot, but I cannot remember it all. Question: how many times did you go study? Response: when I was at S21, I went to study just once at the school near Duch's house. Question: did you ever participate in meetings with anyone other than Duch? Response: at S21, I never did with senior people, just with Hoi and T's group. They are the only ones I knew, and with the company and unit of 50 leaders who died.
Question: please explain a little regarding the names you just spoke of, those who had all been arrested. Did you ever get any of them? Response: the group who he arrested was never placed in the North building. They put them in the South building, beginning with the head of the S21 youth group. They were never placed in the North. They were all put in the South building. Question: who supervised the South building? Response: I do not know their names, because all of the guards, including me, whatever building they guarded, that was the building we knew. That was Dutch law. Question: the people supervising inside, your fellow guards, they could not contact each other? Response: Duch did not permit contact between any of the guards, because the guards who remained were all from Tanat's network. So they restricted them and did not allow contact. If there was contact, that person making contact was an enemy. If they checked and learned about it, they would put you in prison. Question: those who worked at S21, many of them were killed. What were the reasons for those killings? Was it because of Tanat or what? Response: inside S21, the people in the company were all from Tanat's network, and Duch brought in his forces in addition. So Duch prohibited contact with Tanat's network. Question: please explain more regarding the arrest of the company cadres at S21. What arrest methods did you notice? Response: I did not know if they were arrested or not. I was only guarding upstairs. I stood and watched the people in the company, the team chairman, as they were called, at Hui's place at the sewer ditch, and they were arrested. When they came back blindfolded, I just knew they had been arrested. Question: which Hui? Response: Yu Hui, alias Hum Hui. Question: who gave the orders for them to go meet Hui? Response: I don't know who made the decisions. Question: among all the prisoners at S21, did you ever see any foreign prisoners? Response: there were none at my place. In other places, I suspect they were in different buildings. Question. Regarding feeding prisoners, how many times did they eat each day? And what food was there each time? Response. At the site I was guarding, there were 3 loads of soda pole carried rice in large buckets, and 1 load of soda pole carried soup. I put a food bucket in each cell and let the prisoners scoop it out themselves. And the leftovers I put outside the cell. If there was any shortage, I added more afterwards. Each day I prepared food for the prisoners twice, at noon and in the afternoon. Question. For how many prisoners? Response. The site I guarded had about 80. Question. Regarding the distribution of food, did the prisoners have their own dishes, or was it one common dish? Response. There were dishes for each prisoner, but I prepared 3 dishes of soup for 20 prisoners. Question. Did you think that was sufficient? Response. Sometimes it was not enough. As far as rice is concerned, it was little, but not very little, but the drained soup was very little. Question. In general, the food was not sufficient for the prisoners? Response. I said sometimes enough, sometimes not, because that was all they got as food rations. Question. As for the prisoners in place other than yours, was the food ration the same? Response. The same food ration in general, because the cooks ladled out the same food for everyone. Interrupted the hearing of the statement at 11:50 hours in the morning of the same day. Continued the hearing of the statement at 1:20 hours in the afternoon of the same day. Question. Regarding the food ration for the combatants at S-21, how was it? Response. The food ration of the S-21 combatants was prepared by the economics team. 10 persons at each table. Question. How many times a day, and was it sufficient? Response. Food for the defense was too little sometimes. Sometimes it was enough. That depended upon the S-21 economics team. Question. Sufficient. How many times? Response. 2 times, the same, at noon and in the afternoon. Question. How did you eat? Could you take more on your own? Response. There was just 1 pot. Question. How many items of food? Response. 1, sometimes 2. Question. When compared with the food of the prisoners which you explained this morning, how was it different? Response. Food for prisoners and for guards was only a little different. The rice for the guards sometimes was not filling, but with 1 dish of drained soup it was. Question. You said most of the prisoners were skinny because of not eating enough? Response. The prisoners did not get enough to eat and had been tortured too. So they were skinny. Question. But the people who worked at S21 were not as skinny as the prisoners. Response. The people at S21 were not very skinny because no one had tortured them. Question. So you noted that the prisoners had been tortured, or what? Response. I noticed that 100% of the prisoners had been tortured. Question. Can you explain what torture was inflicted on the prisoners? Response. I did not know about the torture because we were far apart. But I just said that when I guarded in the prison, when prisoners returned, they had whip marks. Question. The living conditions of the prisoners as you saw them, did the prisoners have enough clothing? Response. The prisoners I guarded sometimes had enough, sometimes not. Question. How would you note that prisoners did not have enough clothing? Response. Prisoners were short of clothing because their shirts had been torn during torture, and the prisoners had no change of clothing. Question. In summary, you saw that some prisoners had no shirts? Response. Yes. I observed in guarding that they had been tortured until their shirts were torn. Sometimes, to the point the shirt had to be thrown away. Question. Did you ever see medics treat prisoners right there where you were working? Response. There were 2 medics in the prison where I was. Question. Hygiene for prisoners, washing. How was that done? Response. For those of us guarding the prisoners, there was a pump below a hose above to wash the prisoners. They had proper soap. Question. Please tell us clearly about washing prisoners. Response. I had the prisoners in the cells wash one at a time, and there was a bag of soap. After they washed, I took it to prisoners in another cell to wash. Question. You hosed the prisoners down or let them wash by themselves? Response. I let them wash one at a time, and when they finished, I removed the hose for the other cells. Question. So, it was a sleeping place and a washing place too? Response. They slept there and they washed there. When they washed and dried themselves off, they rested. Question. How many times was each prisoner washed each week? Response. Prisoners were washed twice a day, noon and afternoon. Question. Prisoners in buildings other than yours, were they washed in the same way? Response. In general, washing in the other buildings was the same, because the law was to wash the prisoners twice at every site. Question. When did you leave S21? Response: I left S21 when Phnom Penh fell. We all fled together. We ran along the back of the prison and met at Preso, and we all fled to Om Lang, Kampong Speu. Question: Please explain, when you ran away, the prisoners you were guarding, how were they arranged? Response: The prisoners I was guarding, whose group, one unit of 50, had them taken away in truckloads. I don't know where they took them. Question: For how many days were they transported until they were all gone? Response: After about 10 days, the prisoners were all gone. Question: So when the defense units fled, the S21 prisoners were already gone? Response: They were all gone before the defense unit fled from the prison through the kitchens. Question: Did you flee along with your younger brother? Response: No, I fled with the defense unit, not with my younger brother. Question: Did you meet Duch when you fled? Response: No. There were many fleeing. I never fled with Duch. I ran with the defense unit. We all fled to Preso. Question: This is a photo of prisoners who died right there at S21. Night of the Khmer Rouge, page 104. Did you know about the prisoners who died at Tulsley? Response: It was the guards in the South building, Building A, who killed prisoners before they fled. Question: But not in your building? Response: No. Question: In this photo, a prisoner had shot himself. Night of the Khmer Rouge, page 102, by stealing a gun to shoot himself. Response: That was Ho's place. Suh Thi knows about that too. Question: Do you know where Ho was? Response: When we fled, we got separated. Ho fled to Om Lang, and I did not go. Question: You said you went to Om Lang too? Response: I did not cross. Then their plan was to have everyone cross National Highway number 4 to Om Lang. The Vietnamese were firing. I ran across. Then I ran to the west to another province. Question: Do you know where Ho is today? Response: What I know, what I just learned, is that Ho was shot and killed by Duch group. Question: Do you have anything to add for us? Response: Everything I have said is the truth. I have said everything I know. What I have said, I have seen with my own eyes or heard with my ears. I have spoken from my heart about my life inside S21. Question: After you left S21, did you ever meet your younger brother again? Response: When S21 failed, I never saw him, and I don't know where my brother is. When the government negotiated with the Khmer Rouge, people in Pailan returned to the village and they told me. The hearing of the witness statement was concluded at 2:42 in the afternoon of the same day. We hope that when the ECCC requires it, you will continue to cooperate. One copy of the written record was provided to the witness. After it was read aloud, the witness had no objections and agreed to sign. Witness Nhiep Ho. The President, after hearing the graphic reading the record of interview of witness Nhiep Ho, do the co-prosecutors have any observations to make regarding this statement? Co-prosecutor, thank you, Mr. President. Regarding the testimony of Nhiep Ho as read by the graphic, the co-prosecutors do not have any observation to make. The President, the Civil Party Council, do you have any observation to make regarding the content of the testimony as read by the graphic?
None, Your Honor.
The President and the Defense Counsel, do you have any observations to make regarding the content of the testimony of this statement as read by the graphic? The witness name is Nhiep Ho.
Oui, merci.
Mr. Ho. Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the defense, I would like to make an observation which is perhaps of a more general nature. When the chamber decided not to call a number of witnesses to testify in person, it was a wise decision. Since that decision was taken, that is since the 23rd of June 2009, that is more than a month ago, Mr. Ho corrects, since the 29th of June 2009, we have heard many witnesses before this court. The question that should be put today is this. In light of the total information that witnesses have provided to the court concerning the accused's admission of facts, what is the contribution of the statements we are reading out now? What is the extra information these statements provide? I would like respectfully to draw the attention of the chamber to Article 85 of our regulations, which says that after consultation of the other judges, the President of the Chamber may exclude from the proceedings any material that tends to extend them unnecessarily without contributing to the ascertainment of the truth. The same can be seen in Rule 87, where it is said that the chamber can find a piece of evidence inadmissible if it finds that A, it is irrelevant or repetitious, and therefore this is what we are facing now. We have an accused who has admitted all the facts charged, witnesses who have come to this court on several occasions to confirm what the accused has said. It seems to me, Mr. President, Your Honors, that at this stage in the proceedings, the ideal procedure would be to request that the Office of the Co-Prosecutors should set out for the benefit of the Chamber what new and relevant facts can be found in the statements that are yet to be read. In the admission of facts by the accused, there is a small number of points that he contested. Can we hope that the prosecutors will henceforth focus on those points? And do the witnesses whose statements they want to put before the court provide relevant information pertaining to the points contested by the accused? I have said before that if these were common law proceedings with an accused who admits his responsibility, this trial would be over. But what is ironical here is that if we were in a completely civil law proceeding, the trial would be over as well. Mr. President, Your Honors, I have the impression that we are repeating ourselves needlessly, and I reiterate my request. The co-prosecutors can point out the relevant facts that require us to suffer through this entire reading of the statements. These are my submissions. Thank you.
The President, the International Co-Prosecutor, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor, for this opportunity. I think my learned friend did not get the question from Mr. President when, Your Honor, the President requested his observations regarding this particular witness. If my learned friend were to object only for non-inclusion of this particular witness, then he should say so. This, Your Honors, is not an occasion for deciding whether a particular witness should be called live, as we call it, in this court or not. These matters were discussed in at least 2 trial management meetings. Now, the lists that Your Honors received were, of course, given by parties, but ultimately the lists that Your Honor finally decided of the witnesses to be called in the court were Your Honor's lists. Your Honors, in your wisdom, decided to call X number of witnesses to this court, and your wisdom decided not to call certain witnesses. Your Honors also decided to not read the number of many witnesses in this court. So I think Your Honors have applied your minds. Your Honors have made a decision in respect of which witnesses to be called, the witnesses whose testimonies to be read in the court, and the prosecution and the parties' observations to be taken. This matter has taken place and it is finished. At this stage, so late in the proceedings, is not the appropriate time to once again go back and open the entire witness list that Your Honors so very assiduously prepared in consultation with the parties. Now, clearly, there shall be and will be, as it is the case in such big trials, and my learned friend is an experienced counsel in such trials, there may be repetition. After all, it's about one accused. It's about one security center. But there are, as Your Honors have very well seen, and public has seen, and parties have seen, every witness has brought in some new element to this trial. And parties, with Your Honors' directions, have tried to focus on those particular elements in that witness's testimony. So I'd most respectfully submit my learned friend should clearly indicate whether he wants this witness's testimony to be admitted into evidence without calling this witness, and to Your Honors to not to permit the defense or indeed any other party to reopen the entire witness list, which, with the consultation of the parties, was very properly created by Your Honors. I would just conclude that this is not a time to debate whether these are civil law proceedings or common law proceedings. We are guided by the rules and statute of this court, and Your Honors, in application of those rules and statutes, have called these witnesses. So we should not get into these endless debates of whether it's a civil law proceeding or a common law proceeding. Ultimately, it's Your Honors' decision on the basis of rules of this court. I thank you.
The President, Mr. Francois Roux, you take the floor.
Mr. Roux, well, Mr. President, in that case, so that we can move ahead, as the co-prosecutor is suggesting, the defense is therefore requesting the application of Rule 85 of the internal rules, and the defense is kindly requesting that you confer with the other judges and that you exclude from the proceedings the statement that has just been read out, as well as all of the following statements that are planned to be read out, because the defense believes that these statements are prolonging the proceedings uselessly without contributing to the ascertainment of truth. This is clearly the submission of the defense, while reminding at the same time that the Chamber has made its decision on the 29th of June. It had not yet questioned orally all of the witnesses who appeared before the court, so today we are in a different situation from that of the 29th of June, and the Chamber is much better informed than it was on the 29th of June. So therefore, we are kindly requesting the exclusion of all of these documents, noting Rule 85 of the internal rules as well as Rule 87, insofar that these documents are not relevant or are repetitious. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
The President, the co-prosecutor, you take the floor.
Your Honors, I shall not respond to what my learned friend said, otherwise it will become endless. But just a suggestion for Your Honors' consideration. May I bring to your attention Rule 87.3, and that may address the time issue that my learned friend has raised. Rule 87.3 permits Your Honors to take into evidence any matter that has been either summarized or read into evidence. It may be possible, subject to Your Honor's leave, to request your greffiers just to read a summary of any statement and not read it in totality. That may take care of the requirements that it's been brought to the attention of the public, because it's after all a public trial, but it shall also ensure an expeditious conduct of this trial. But that's only a submission. I shall leave it to your honors. Thank you very much.
The President, Lawyer Suzinski, you take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to object the motion of the defense or application of the defense insofar that witness statements are concerned where we objected the removal from the witness list. And the chamber announced in public, I would say, after one of the trial management meetings, it would be by the end of June, announced which witnesses we wanted to be heard in court, and at least which witnesses we want to get out, read out their statements. And I don't want to repeat them, or if so, then I need 5 minutes to recollect these witness names and their statements. But I refer to what the chamber, I remember Judge Cartwright, told the public concerning these witnesses. And I also emphasized which parts of the testimony are of relevance and are unique, and therefore these witnesses should be heard, or at least their statements should be read out. Thank you.
The President, Mr. Frank Squaru, you take the floor. Please be reminded that this would be the last opportunity to respond to this matter.
Mr. Hu, thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for Mr. Co-Prosecutor for his constructive suggestion. Summaries, yes, why not? Indeed. And in order to avoid, indeed, repetition, can we maybe ask the prosecutors to tell us which is the relevant element in the statements that will provide something new to the debate? A summary, yes, but a summary of the relevant elements that offer something new to the debate, so that we do not fall into repetition, such as it is noted in Articles 85 and 87. This is my submission, which follows the constructive suggestion by the co-prosecutors. Thank you, Mr. President.
The President, we thank you very much for all the observations made by the parties to the proceeding. We note that they are all good purposes to ascertain the truth, and that we would like the more expeditious proceedings. And all the remarks are well noted, and the chamber will discuss and find a way to deal with the witnesses' statement, those who we only want to have their statements read out in the chamber, especially those whose statements were made before the co-investigators. and we appreciate your comments. We would like now to give the opportunity to the accused to make his observation in relation to the statement as read out already, the statement of witness Nhep Ho. You take the floor. The accused, Mr. President, I do know Comrade Nhep Ho, alias Van, who worked at S21 altogether with me. I would like to now tell the court about the characteristics of Comrade Van and Ho. They were not the same. The statement, however, will serve as the mirror to reflect the situations of the detainees and how detainees were treated at S21. And that is all I would like to tell the court. Thank you. The President, since it is convenient time to take an adjournment, we will take the adjournment now and resume at 3 o'clock.
សូមអញ្ជើញក្រោកឈរ
The President, please be seated. The court is now in session. We would like now to give the floor to the civil party lawyers to put questions to the witness. Civil party lawyers got 40 minutes to put questions to the witness. The floor is yours.
Ms. Trusna-Pose, thank you, Mr. President, to give us the floor. And I will speak first. First of all, in behalf of group number 3, and then afterwards, I will speak on behalf of the civil party lawyer of group number 4 will take the floor to continue putting questions to the witness. So I would like, as a first question to put to the witness, I would like to, first of all, I'd like to greet you, Mr. Simser, and I thank you for your presence here. And I know that this is probably a very difficult moment for you. You stated to the investigators that when you joined the Pol Pot army in 1973, you were forced by your teacher, apparently. So can you please give us the details about how you joined Pol Pot's army? Was this, did you do so willfully, or were you forced to join Pol Pot's army?
Response, I was forced to join the army.
Can you please give us details on the way that this happened?
Respond, could you please repeat the question?
Question. Can you please provide us with a few details regarding how this happened? How did your school teacher bring you to join this army? Did you leave for the army without seeing your parents again? Could you please give us a few details about all of this?
Response. I was forced to join the Pol Pot army. I really missed my parents, but I did not dare escape or run home to see them because I had to work.
Question. Thank you, Mr. Chimser. So later on, you underwent training for shooting and for removing mines. And you were told that this training was preparing you to fight against the Vietnamese. This is, again, what you said to the investigators. And can you please tell me which details they gave you about the conflict with the Vietnamese? What were you told about the Vietnamese?
Response. During the training in which I learned how to remove mines and to shoot guns, we were instructed to be able to know how to fight the Vietnamese. But after the trainings, we were not sent to fight the Vietnamese, but instead we were taken to work at S-21.
Question: do you know if some of the people in your group went away to fight the Vietnamese?
Response. Some of our people were segregated and they fought the Vietnamese, while the other would be taken to work at S-21, like in my unit.
Question: when you were sent away to S-21, you said that you had to guard the outer ring, and you were also told that the idea was to protect S-21 against the enemy. There again, who was the enemy then?
Response. We were asked to guard the Vietnamese enemies, but I never saw any Vietnamese enemies. They were all Cambodians.
Question: thank you very much. This is indeed what you said to the investigators. And earlier on today, you spoke about the conditions in which your work was taking place. You had to do rounds, but you also were planting cassava, which was used to feed you. Was it only food for the guards, or was this also food that you were planting for the prisoners as well? Do you know anything about this?
Response. When we planted vegetables, they were meant to feed the unit.
Question: thank you very much. Can you tell me if there was any kind of communication between the guards from the outer perimeter and with those of the inner perimeter? Can you please give us details about this?
Response. People outside could not make any contact with the people inside.
Question: you said that you had seen trucks and that you knew that trucks were coming into S-21. Did you ever wonder what was happening to the people inside these trucks? For you, were they just transporting prisoners, or were they transporting other things?
Response. I saw the trucks, but I don't know whether the trucks were transporting vegetables or people, but I believe that since the trucks were sealed or covered with curtains, I believe there were people inside.
Question. So you believed that there were people inside because then you knew that you were guarding a prison. Is that so?
Response. Yes, it is, because when I worked as the guard outside, I was asked not to let any detainees escape from the compound.
Question. Thank you very much. You said earlier on today that you did not partake in any meetings with Duch. And here I have before me what you said to the investigators, index D22/12, ERN 00162749 in French. And I would please like to remind you of what you said. And the following question was put to you. When you were guarding the outside of the prison, did somebody come to teach you politics? And then you answered, there was only Duch and Hor who would summon the guards for meetings. And they were teaching us politics, and they were giving us instructions regarding the enemy so that they wouldn't escape. And the investigator put the following question to you. Did you see Duch in person? And you answered, yes, in each meeting. What did Duch say? Well, he was speaking about the enemy. He said, on guard, you should not fall asleep. You have to make efforts to build yourself. If you are not able to do so, you would be sent to jail. Was anything else taught? No. So can you confirm this statement?
Response. I did not partake in that political sessions with Duch or Ho, but Ping did instruct us on the political affairs, which is related to the rule that each detainee had to be contained in the building, and that if anyone could escape, then we would be in place of those who escaped.
Question. Thank you. Now I would like to get to the facts that you witnessed regarding the foreigner whom you saw being burnt alive. So I apologize for having to get back to this point, which most certainly must be extremely painful for you. But it is suited to provide a few clarifications here. You said to the co-investigating judges that this event took place at around 11 o'clock in the morning, and you said, however, today that it happened at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. So in order to try to have you remember exactly when these events occurred, could we consider recalling the moments when you were really on patrol? Because I didn't quite understand earlier on today. I understood, of course, that there was a difference between when you were guarding and then and you couldn't move, and when you were patrolling. And then you said that you were patrolling, however, when this event occurred. So can you tell us exactly at what time, what was the exact patrolling schedule, from what time to what time?
Response. As I already said earlier on, I did not know the exact time because I did not have a watch to wear, and I only checked with the sky to see what time it was, and the guards had to move around, and they were not supposed to sit only in one fixed position.
Question. So, how many meters did you cover while you were on patrol? What was the length of your round?
Response. I had to patrol in a significant large area because I could see that the place where I stood to the place that I walked to was about 20 meters, correction.
Question. You said earlier on today that you would use the sun as a landmark to know where you were. So where was the sun at the moment when this burning event occurred?
Response. I'm not quite sure I can answer to this, but at that time I could not remember the road, but I know for sure that the road links to Tul Tumpung market. It was the road that I was working on.
Question. You said that for you, the prisoner who had tires put on him was burnt alive. So what makes you say that he was burnt alive?
Response. I saw him being walked first before he was put to sit down, and then car tires would be put on him, and then he was burned, and then I walked back.
Question. Did you hear any screams?
Response. No, I didn't.
Question. I would like to know now, what did you feel after seeing this happen?
Response. I did not feel anything, but I believe that at that time I was rather sympathetic for the person who was being burned alive. Maybe he had committed something wrong, or maybe he did not.
Question. And now, what do you feel when you think about this event?
Response. I can feel that the person committed any wrongdoing would be burnt alive, and I would also see that one day if I committed any wrongdoing, I would experience the same fate.
Question. Thank you very much, Mr. Chimsur. I have no further questions, so I will let the civil party lawyer of group number 4 take the floor. Thank you.
The President, civil party lawyer group 4, you take the floor. Kung Pisai, thank you, Mr. President. I'm Kung Pisai, and I have a couple of questions to be put to the witness. Good morning, Your Honors, and good morning, Mr. Chiem Sua. I only have 3 questions which I need to seek clarification from you. The questions have already been put to you by the judges, but I just need clarification. You said that Chan brought you from your place. Do you remember whether Chan has any alias other than Chan? Response. No, I don't. I only learned that he was called Chan. Question. Do you know whether that person earned any rank or status in the S21? Response. I believe that Chan and Peng were lower than Duch. Question. You said the chief of your unit was Hong, who was arrested and detained at S21. You said Kieu Po, who was the brother of Hong, and that he told you that Hong was arrested. So could you tell the court how he told you about that event? Response. I don't think I understand your question. Could you please repeat? Question. You said Hong was your chief of the unit, and that Hong was arrested and detained at S21 inside the compound. Hong had a brother named Kieu Po, and Kieu Po saw his brother being detained there, and Po told you about this. Correction, Hong told you about this. So can you please tell the court how could you learn of this information? Response. Hong, who was in charge of my unit before he was arrested. He instructed us to build ourselves and not to be like him, and we had to be vigilant and firm. And after I shared my conversation with Kieu Po, then Kieu Po told me that Hong, who was his brother, was not taken to be re-educated but to be detained in the prison. He was jailed. Mr. Pisay, thank you. The next question. Do you know what happened to Kieu Po, the brother of Hong? Was he arrested? Response, no, he wasn't. Because I don't know. Because I think Po did not tell anyone that Hong was his brother, otherwise he would have been jailed. Because the Khmer slogan reads that to dig grass you have to root out its to root it up or something like that. So I think in that time, if anyone implicate a kid, then the rest would be arrested. Pisay, thank you. My apology. So later on, when you had meals at your place, did you ever see Kieu Po? Response, no, I never saw him again. It was the last time when I saw him when he told me that his brother was jailed. Mr. Pisay, thank you. The next question is about the tampering at Prey Saw. You said you went there in a group. So, do you know what mistakes had the group committed before they were sent there? Response, I don't know. Angka was the one who sent us there. We were told that the whole group would be removed to work at the rice fields, and no charges were ever told to us. Question, when you worked at Prey Saw, and that the reason why you removed, were you told of the charges? Response, at Prey Saw, I was told that I had nothing to do but to build dikes and grow rice.
Question. When you worked at the rice fields, were you guarded by anybody else? Response, could you please repeat your question? Question, when you went to work in a rice field, were there any guards supervising your group? Response, yes, only us, we guarded our team, and nobody else guarded us. Question. You said you guarded your group. Do you mean that you yourself and the members of the group took turn to guard the group? Response. Yes, we guarded ourselves at the place where we slept. We also guarded the tools that we use, also the kitchen utensils. Question. When you stay at night, where did you stay? Response. We stay in a shelter which was made from tree leaves and branches near the rice fields. Question. So, in the room where you slept, were you locked from the outside and were you guarded? Could you please repeat your question? Says the witness. Questions. At the house or the shelter where you stay at night, were you locked from the outside and were there any guards? Response. There was no lock. Actually, the house or the shelter, there was no wall. We slept on the hammock under that shelter. Mr. President, I do not have any more questions for this witness. Dear President, next I would like to give the floor to the Defense Counsel to put questions to this witness. Mr. Kasawut. Thank you, Mr. President. Your Honors, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Sir, at S21, where you worked, did you ever know any senior leadership who had the right to issue order to Duch or to S21? Response. Regarding the upper level above Duch, I didn't know. I did not know from whom he received his orders. Thank you, says Kasawut. Regarding the time that you work at S21, did you ever see or hear that Duch tortured or killed any prisoner? Response. Only after they received permission from Duch, then the prisoners were killed. Thank you. I would like to state that you worked as a guard there. Did you ever see or hear people say Duch tortured or killed any prisoner? Response. The law is in the hand of Duch and he issued order to his subordinates. I did not know from whom he received his orders. He issued orders to his subordinates to torture or kill the prisoners, but I myself never saw him torture or kill any prisoner. Whenever he issued his order, day or night, it has to be implemented. Thank you for saying that you never saw Duch kill any prisoner with your own eyes, says Kasawut. Also, at S21, you were assigned to stand guards to prevent prisoners from fleeing. Were you satisfied with your work? Response. I was satisfied with my work to stand guard because I had to fulfill my work to reconstruct myself in order to survive. If I did not reconstruct myself, then I would not be survived. Thank you, says Kasavut. So you were happy with your work as you were assigned from the upper echelon. Thank you, Mr. President. I would like my co-counsel to ask question. The President, Francois Roux, you may proceed.
Mr. Roux. Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, witness. I am the second lawyer for the accused Duch, and I shall put a number of questions to you, not very many.
Monsieur le témoin, est-ce que vous avez connu Him Hoi?
Did you know Him Hoi?
Response. I did not know Hoi. Hoi worked inside the compound. He was with the transportation unit. He transported those prisoners to be killed. I only met him during this regime.
Question. You say that you met him afterwards. Where was this?
Response. I met him during the interview at Tulslang.
De quelle visite vous parlez, monsieur le témoin?
Question. What visit are you referring to, witness?
Response. I met a new Hoi. Only later on, when we were called for the interview, but during that period I did not meet him or know him. Only later on that during that interview, then I learned that he was the person transporting the prisoner to be killed at Wat Ai.
Merci pour cette
Mr. Roux, thank you for the clarification. I would like to return to your work in S21. When you were on patrol,
Vous voulez dire quelque chose, mais il faut que votre micro soit allumé.
Mr. Roux, you want to say something, but you have to have your microphone on. Please go on.
Response. I do not wish to talk anymore. The President, the Counsel for the witness, you may proceed. The President, Mr. President, I would like to consult with my witness, with my client. The President, you may proceed. President, the counsel for the witness, you may proceed. Counsel, thank you, Mr. President. The witness cannot actually follow the interpretation because of his feeling. Please speak slowly, and the question shall be short so that he can understand and can respond accordingly. The President, Mr. Witness, please compose yourself. Listen clearly to the question, and if you are not sure, you can ask for clarification as you did this morning. So the best thing for you is to request the speaker to put the question to you again. What you know, you say what you know, and if you don't know, you just respond accordingly. This morning you have performed very well, and I hope you can continue until the end of your testimony. The defense counsel, you may proceed. And please understand the limited knowledge of this witness. Try to make your questions easy to understand so that he can respond appropriately. From Peru, you may continue.
Mr. Roux. Thank you, Mr. President. Witness, we are going to continue with short questions. When you were on patrol in S21, were you alone? Were you in pairs or in threes? Do you understand my question? When you were on patrol, were you alone? Were you with another guard near you?
Response. Usually on patrol, we worked in pair or sometimes 3 persons according to the shift.
Mr. Roux, thank you.
Quand vous avez vu l'événement avec l'étranger,
when you saw the event during which the foreigner was burned to death, were you alone or were there other guards with you?
Response. The interpreter cannot listen to what the witness said. The President, the defense counsel, please ask your question again because he does not understand it.
Monsieur le témoin, quand vous
Mr.
avez
Roux,
vu
witness,
l'événement,
when you saw the event that you described to us, the event involving the foreigner,
vous étiez seul,
were you alone
en patrouille,
on patrol, or
un garde ou 2 gardes,
did you have 1 or 2 guards with you?
Response. At that time, I was patrolling with other guards.
Vous vous souvenez comment s'appelait cet autre garde?
Question. Do you remember what the other guard was called?
Response. It has been so long already, I cannot recall the name.
Alors, vous avez dit que vous ne portiez
Mr.
pas
Ho,
de montre.
you said that you were not wearing a watch, but I would like you
À ce moment-là, quelles étaient
to recall for us
de votre garde?
what your shift hours were, because I did not understand a while ago. It may have been a translation problem. So the question is, what time was your shift on that day? That is, from what time to what time?
Response. My shift started from 6 p.m. until 12 a.m.
Merci. C'est très précis. Merci beaucoup.
Mr. Hu, that is very precise. Thank you very much.
La scène à laquelle vous assistez, vous avez dit
You said
que vous n'avez pas vu la fin
that you did not see the end of the scene you witnessed because this was when you ended your shift. Is that correct?
Response. That is correct, because my shift ended.
Donc, je peux
Mr.
conclure
Ho,
que la scène
so I
se
might
passe pendant la
take
nuit.
it that this event occurred at night. Is that correct?
Response. The burning started around 6 p.m. and like I said, when I ended my shift, the burning was still continuing.
D'accord. Donc, quand
Mr.
vous
Ho.
voyez la scène,
All right.
c'est au début de
So,
votre tour de garde. C'est
You
ça?
witnessed this scene at the beginning of your shift. Is that correct?
Response. That is correct. I saw the prisoner being walked and later on he was burnt. That was at the beginning of my shift.
Merci. Et vous
Mr.
avez
Ho,
dit tout à
thank you.
l'heure que c'était
You said a while ago
qui mène
that
à
it was
Tultumpong, c'est ça?
around the road leading to Tul Tompong. Is that correct?
Response. That is correct.
Est-ce que c'est ce qu'on appelle la route nationale?
Question. Is that what is referred to as the national road?
Response. At that time, I did not know what it was referred to. It was the road leading to Tul Tumpung.
Et vous avez dit tout à l'heure,
Mr. Hu, and you said a while ago to the civil party lawyer that you were some 20 meters away from where the event was taking place. Is that correct?
Response. That is correct.
et vous avez dit également à l'avocat
Mr. Ho, you also told the civil party lawyer that you did not hear any shouting. Is that correct?
Response. That is correct.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le témoin.
Witness.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr.
je n'ai pas
Ho,
d'autres questions.
thank you, Mr. Witness. I have no further questions, Mr. President.
The President, the Chamber would like now to give the opportunity to the accused to make his observation regarding the testimony of this witness, if the accused wishes to do so. The accused, Mr. President, I have been waiting for this witness in order to respond to the complaint by Amil, the civil party, because I am still not clear on certain things. My order was for the subordinates to burn dead bodies. But later on, it was heard that the prisoner was burnt alive. And during the questionings in the chamber, especially in the testimony of Comrade Hoi, it seems to be clearer than the rest, because he and his group was responsible for smashing, but he did not describe in details. Probably he was afraid of self-incriminate. And regarding whether the prisoner was burnt alive or not, Comrade Kon said Sir told him, and if we want to make certain, then we should go and ask Sir. That was what said by Prakon. But Sir, during his testimony to this chamber, he said either Prakon or Bom Mom Nai, alias Chant, were known to him only during the filming later on. And in responding to the question put by Mr. Francois Roux, he said he only knew Prakon later on. So, what he said regarding the burning alive of a prisoner seems to carry no weight. It is hard to believe what he said. So, his testimony, it is hard for me to believe that the prisoner was burnt alive. I still believe the testimony of Comrade Hoi. because I still believed nobody dared to violate my order, because it was absolute. They had to be killed and then they had to be burnt to ashes, not to leave any remaining on that street. The President, the accused, you are reminded for your observation, please address it to the chamber and not address it to the witness. The accused. I am speaking to the chamber, Your Honor, although I looked into the other direction. In conclusion, I still do not believe that my order was violated by Comrade Ho, because as far as I know, nobody dared to violate my order. The Westerners, they came in pair. And at that time, Nuntia said the long-nosed prisoners should be taken out. And I was ordered by him to burn them to ashes and not to leave any remaining behind. And after I received the instruction, then I gave my instruction to Ho, and both of them were burned at the same time. They were burned to ashes, not to leave any remaining on that road. So I still believe the testimony of Comrade Hui, and I still have a firm belief that nobody dared to violate my order. This is my observation, Mr. President. The President. Thank you, Mr. Witness Simsu, for coming to provide your testimony to the chamber as summoned by us. And the hearing of your testimony has come to an end now. And indeed, the chamber acknowledges the challenges and difficulties that you faced in providing your testimony, in responding to the several questions put to you by the chamber and the parties to the proceedings. And another matter is that what happened has been more than 30 years ago, and only now we tried to understand of what happened, and this gap has been so long that the recollection by anybody would not be perfect. And it is also based on the individual knowledge of understanding of the facts of the situation that happened at that time. With a limited knowledge or understanding, then it would be difficult to describe those events after a long period of time, like in your case. So you are now excused, and the court officer, you need to make necessary arrangement for the witness to return to his residence by working in cooperation with the visual unit. For this afternoon, the chamber would like to inform the parties and the public that we will continue our proceeding starting from 1:30 p.m. and based on our scheduling of the trial, actually we plan to have 1 day to hear the testimony of this witness. However, the testimony ended earlier, Therefore, this afternoon, the chamber will continue to read the statements of 5 witnesses whom the chamber decides not to have them to provide verbal testimony before the chamber. And the greffiers will read those testimonies. Those testimonies were made before the co-investigating judges. We will continue reading those statements from yesterday and 2 more witnesses, that is Saum Samol and J. Sopira. Security guard take the accused back to the detention facility and bring him back before 1:30 this afternoon. The hearing is now adjourned. All rise, says the greffier. The President, please be seated. The chamber is now back in session. Before the graphier is instructed to read the statement of the witness, the chamber will make an oral decision in response to the request by the defense counsel as follows. The chamber has noted the request made by the defense counsels for the review of the list of statements to be read during the proceedings. The chamber will review the list of the statements as it intended to be read, and it will decide which statements to be read out and which needs to be summarized or identified. In the meantime, and for practical reason, the trial chamber will continue to read the statement in full for the rest of this afternoon as scheduled. The graphier Sakolbuti is instructed to read a statement of the records of interview of witness Kung Pai, D28/1, D53, D54, and D48/2. The graphier. Office of the Co-Investigating Judges, Criminal Case File number 002, dated 14 August 2006, Investigation number 001, dated 18 July 2007. Written record of interview of witness. The year 2007, the month of December, the 27th day at 9 hours 30 minutes at the extraordinary chambers in the courts of Cambodia. I, Sam Surya, investigator of the extraordinary chambers, assigned by the rogatory letter of the co-investigating judges, dated 21st November 2007, made the witness Kung Pai on 19 December 2007 at his home in Kampong Trolai district, Kampong Chnang province. Since he was busy, he requested that we interviewed him at the extraordinary chambers in the courts of Cambodia on 27 December 2007. Having seen the law on the establishment of the extraordinary chambers dated 27 October 2004, having seen rules 24, 28, and 60 of the internal rules of the extraordinary chambers, have recorded the statements of Kung Pai, a witness who provided the following information regarding his personal identity. Name, Kung Pai. A revolutionary name, Nond, born on 4th of May 1960. This person declared that he could read, write, and understand the Khmer language. Therefore, the original of this written record is written in the Khmer language. We advised this person that the taking of this statement is being audio or video recorded. This person told us that he had no relationship with the charged persons and civil parties. This person took an oath in accordance with the provisions of Rule 24 of the Internal Rules of the Extraordinary Chambers. We notified this person of the right against self-incrimination in accordance with the provisions of Rule 28 of the Internal Rules of the Extraordinary Chambers. Question answer. Question. On 17 April 1975, where were you and what were you doing? Response. I was in the Pini Sub-District Militia, Kampong Trolai District, Kampong Chnang Province. I transported food supplies from the sub-district to the battlefield front at Spien. The sub-district militia has grown that rise on its own. The leader of the sub-district militia was Tapun, also from Kampong Trolai district, and Ta Jum was the district military chief. I took those supplies to sub-district militia forces stationed there to attack and cut off communication between Lunal troops. Question. Can you please describe your journey from Kampong Chnang to Phnom Penh? Response. In early 1976, I left the sub-district for Phnom Penh. There were 3 of us from the same district. One has died, the other is still alive, said, living at Krang Ta Aek village, Pini sub-district, Kampong Trolai district, Kampong Chnang province. Said studied at the Ta Khmer training school, but he did not work at S21. I don't know who transported me from the sub-district because they came to get us at night. I studied military subjects at the Ta Khmer school for 3 months and 28 days. The chairman was Yam, in charge of military techniques. Question. When did you arrive at S21? Response. I went to a youth unit along the river south of Ta Khmer for 1 dry season before I went to the former Priso prison in 1977. I was there throughout the rainy season in a children's unit with hundreds of children doing rice transplanting and coconut tree planting. I knew Tree, a child medic at Priso. I don't know where he is now. He had a large and tall build, a clear complexion, a slow, graceful gait, and straight hair. Later, I went to Bang Tumpun for 1 dry season to work during the dry season rice and plant Chinese radish. The team leader was Pon. He had 1 crippled arm. We separated when the Vietnamese came. Later, I went to tend the crops, grow pumpkins and soybeans south of the psychiatric hospital. I saw shackles and blood stains in the 3-story concrete building and saw slowly buried bodies swelling up and cracking the ground in the compound. It looked like a prison which had just ceased operations, but I don't know who the prisoners had been. I can't remember the senior chairman there. I was there throughout 1 wet season.
Question. What next? Response. I went to office 21, S21. The same person named Pon came to take me there. In mid-1977, I arrived at S21. First, as a guard along the walls, with Mo, who had a disease and died in 1978, as my chairman. Hieng was a colleague who was relieved by my shifts. I don't know where he is now. He was alive in 1979. The chairman above Mo were 3. A platoon leader. I don't know where he is now. He was alive in 1979. I can't remember the other chairman. The senior chairman was Duch. I did not know Poch. Question. What did you see while on guard outside? Response. I saw them taking prisoners in and out. I opened the gate by recognizing the faces of the interrogators going in and out, one of whom was Toi, white, tall, awkward gait. I don't know where he is now. He was alive in 1979. In 1978, I saw 3 Americans brought in through the entrance I was guarding, the entrance to the south of the present entrance, the place where they kept important prisoners. All 3 of them were held on the 2nd floor in the different cells. I saw Duch, Ho, and Chan Samrang come to interrogate them. Then I took rice to one of the 3, and I saw Duch interrogating that man with long curly red hair down to his shoulders. He was of white complexion with chest hair, wearing shorts. Before Duch interrogated him, he was wearing a short-sleeved camouflage t-shirt. Then Hyung, who had the next shift at night, told me that they had taken all 3 of them away. He did not know where, and they disappeared after that. Sometimes I guarded the cells and saw Vietnamese female prisoners arrive. I was a guard, and I brought food for them. I learned from an interrogator that those women had been the prostitutes of the Vietnamese soldiers whom the Khmer Rouge soldiers had attacked, and they had been captured and brought in. I guarded one male Vietnamese soldier. Later on, I went to guard the gate at the wall, and I don't know where he went to. I did not know the names of the senior prisoners. Sometimes I took prisoners who were handcuffed and blindfolded to be interrogated at other places east of my site. Were you there until the end? Response. I was there until S-21 fell in 1979. Question. Did you ever study under or receive instructions from Duch? Response. I studied twice, for about 2 or 3 days each time. I studied preventing prisoner escapes, the party statute, the political situation, and the war. Duch taught this in person. He said, the youth are the party's bamboo sprouts, which replace the bamboo. Question. Did Duch and Ho get along personally? Response. I saw them work together normally. Chen was Duch's messenger. His description: clear complexion, strong build, average height, thick body. He was not married at that time. His place of birth was Lang. Question. Did you see any of those who were with you get arrested? Response. I never saw that. I just know we separated in 1979. Question. Did you know anyone else? In what sections? The most senior person was Duch. Response. Next was Ho, the deputy. Chan Samrang was the member. The guard, interrogation and arrest units, the cooks, the medical unit. Sri was chairman of my guard unit. Hoi, Tiep or short Hoi, and Peng were the chairman of the arrest unit. That unit used about 4 or 5 Soviet and Chinese trucks to go make arrests in the zones. Aside from this, I have forgotten everything. Question. Did you ever see them take blood from the prisoners? Never. Question. Did you ever see interrogators torture prisoners? Response. I did see that. I saw interrogators beating prisoners with whips, giving them electrical shocks. I heard the screams of the prisoners. I saw medics come to treat injured prisoners. All of the interrogators tortured prisoners. Duch was an interrogator too. Question. This principle of torture, did Duch order that? Response. Yes. I learned that from Duch at the school, from the company chairman, the platoon chairman. They said that the prisoners were enemies, and if they did not answer, they could be tortured. Question. When you fled in 1979, what were the orders of Duch about what was to be done with the prisoners? Response. By that time, there were no prisoners at the site I gathered. Several days before 7 January 1979, I was sent to guard at the big building at today's entrance gate. Since there were so many prisoners, those prisoners were killed, some at Tul Slang, and some were transported to Kaing Guek. They were all gone before we fled. I saw this killing with my own eyes. I did not see Duch there. But if he had not arranged it, no one would have dared to do it. Question. Many thanks. After it was read aloud, the witness had no objections and agreed to sign. One copy of one of several originals of the written statements was provided to this witness. The interview was completed at 12:25 p.m. on the same date. Witness. Kung Pai. The Office of Co-Prosecutor, Criminal Case File 002, dated the 14th of August 2006. Interrogation number 001, dated on the 18th of July 2007. The record of the confrontation 2008, February the 28th day at 4 at 5:04 p.m. We, Yu Bun Leng and Marcel Lamont, co-investigating judges of the extraordinary chambers with Mr. Hom Hell and Mr. Lee Chan Tot La as greffiers, noting the law on the establishment of the extraordinary chambers dated on the 27th of October 2004, noting the Rule 58 of the internal rules of the extraordinary chambers. With the presence of U Chan Nora and Tan Hien Dawan, sworn interpreters of the extraordinary chambers, the charged person identified below has appeared before us. Kaing Guek Eav, alias Duch, male, born on the 17th of November 1942. Charged with crimes against humanity and grave breaches of the Geneva Conventions of the 12th of August 1949. Offenses defined and punishable under Articles 5, 6, 29 new, and 39 new of the law on the establishment of the extraordinary chambers dated on the 27th of October 2004. The co-prosecutors of the extraordinary chambers, Mr. Robert Petit and Mrs. Chia Liang, were duly notified of this interview by notification letter dated the 19th of February 2008. Mrs. Chia Liang is present. Mr. Robert Petit is represented by his assistant, Alex Bates. Kasawut and Francois Rouge, co-lawyers for the charged person who were duly informed of this interview by summons dated on the 19th of February 2008 and have been able to examine the case file since that time are both present. The witnesses Him Hui, Prak Khan, Suos Thi, Kung Pai, Mom Nai, Wan Nat, and Sao Maid, who have already taken an oath according to Rule 24 of the internal rules of the extraordinary chambers are present. Mr. Chum Mai and his lawyer, Mr. Hong Kum Soon, who were duly informed of this interview by summons dated 19th of February 2008 and have been able to examine the case file since that time, are present. Mr. Bu Meng and his lawyer, Mr. Yong Panat, who were duly informed of this interview by summons dated 19th of February 2008 and have been able to examine the case file since that time, are present. The original of this record is written in Khmer. Confrontation. Question by the co-investigating judge, Marcel Lemonde. Yesterday, you accompanied us to Tuol Sleng and provided us with the certain explanations. Do you confirm that these explanations correspond to the truth? Answer by witness Kung Pai. Yes, I do. The original of the audio-visual recording was sealed in front of the charged person and his lawyers and was signed by us, the greffiers, the charged person, the co-prosecutors, and his lawyers. A copy of the original audio-visual recording was provided to the charged person. Due to technical reasons, it was not possible to give a copy of the audio-visual recording to each of the persons taking part in the confrontation, and we provided the witnesses and civil parties with a copy of the written record. At 4:35 p.m., we had the greffier read aloud this written record of confrontation as recorded. The written record having been read aloud and heard, the charged person and the civil parties had no objections and agreed to sign. Witness Kung Pai. The Office of Co-Investigating Judges, Criminal Case File 002, dated the 14th of August 2004. Correction 6. Investigation number 001, 18th of July 2007. Written record of confrontation. The 29th of February 2008 at 9:20 a.m. We, Yu Bunling and Marcel Lemond, co-investigating judges of the Extraordinary Chambers, with Mr. Hom Hell and Mr. Lee Chan Tok La as greffiers, noting the law on the establishment of the Extraordinary Chambers dated the 27th of October 2004, noting Rule 58 of the Internal Rules of the Extraordinary Chambers, with U Chan Nora and Tan Hieng Davan, sworn interpreters of the Extraordinary Chambers. The charged person identified below has appeared before us. Kaing Guek Eav, alias Duch, male, born on the 17th of November 1942. Charged with crimes against humanity and grave breaches of the Geneva Conventions of the 12th of August 1949. Offenses defined and punishable under Articles 5, 6, 29 new and 39 new of the law on the establishment of the Extraordinary Chambers, dated 27 October 2004. The co-prosecutors of the Extraordinary Chambers, Mr. Robert Petit and Mrs. Chia Liang, were duly notified of this interview by notification letter dated 19th of February 2008. Mrs. Chia Liang is present. Mr. Robert Petit is represented by Mr. Alex Bates, Senior Assistant Co-Prosecutor. Ka Savot and Francois Roux, co-lawyers for the charged person, who were duly informed of this interview by summons dated 19th February 2008 and have been able to examine the case file since that time, are both present. The witnesses Him Hoi, Prak Khon, Suh Thi, Kung Pai, Mom Nai, Wan Nat, Mok Sitim, and Sao Maid, who were sworn in pursuant to Rule 24 of the Internal Rules of the Extraordinary Chambers, are present. Mr. Chum Mai and his lawyer, Mr. Hong Kum Suon, who were duly informed of this interview by summons dated 19th February 2008 and have been able to examine the case file since that time, are both present. Mr. Bu Meng and his lawyer, Mr. Yong Panat, who were duly informed of this interview by summons dated 19th February 2008 and have been able to examine the case file since that time, are both present. The original of this record is written in Khmer language. Confrontation. Question by co-investigating Judge Marcel Lemond to the witnesses. Did you witness the mass execution scenes in January 1979? Witness Kung Pai, I confirm what I declared on 27 December 2007. I witnessed the executions a few days before 7 January 1979. But I did not take part. Question by co-investigating Judge Marcel Lemond. Do you confirm the declarations you made before the co-prosecutors on the 14th of August 2006 and before the investigators of the Office of Co-Investigating Judges on the 27th of December 2007? Witness Kung Pai. Yes, I confirm. I told the truth. I indicate that I saw Duch interrogating prisoners, but I did not see him torture them. Question by co-investigating Judge Marcel Lemond to witness Kung Pai. During the reconstitution at Tuol Sleng, you indicated that you indeed witnessed the presence and use of a bathtub, such as the one in the museum and painted by Wan Nat. Do you confirm you saw this in a building outside of Tuol Sleng? Witness Kung Pai. Yes, I confirm. In the special prison located outside Tuol Sleng. Question by co-investigating Judge Marcel Lemond to Kung Pai. During the reenactment at Tuol Sleng, you said you recognized the blackboard in which the Santebal regulations were written. Can you explain in which condition did you see that blackboard? Witness Kung Pai. That blackboard was put on the ground floor of the special prison next to the pathway in order for everyone to follow. The original copy was sealed before the charged person and his lawyer, and that we, the greffier, the prosecutors and his lawyers and the charged person have already signed on it. A copy of the original audio-visual recording was provided to the charged person. For technical reasons, it was not possible to provide a copy of the audio-visual recording to each of the participants. So the civil parties and witnesses were given a copy of the written record. At 5 p.m., we had the greffier read aloud this written record of confrontation as recorded. After having been read aloud and heard, the charged person, witnesses and the civil parties had no objections and agreed to sign. Witness Kung Pai. The Office of Co-Investigating Judges, Criminal Case File 002, dated 14th of August 2006. Investigation number 001, 18th July 2007. Report on reconstruction. In the year 2008, on the 27th of February at 8 a.m., noting the judicial investigation opened against Kaing Guek Eav, alias Duch, charged with crimes against humanity and grave breaches of Geneva Conventions of the 12th of August 1949. Crimes defined and punishable under Rules 5, 6, 29 new and 39 new of the law on the establishment of the Extraordinary Chambers dated 27th October 2004. Noting Rule 55.8 of the Internal Rules of the Extraordinary Chambers, noting the Ordonnance de Transport dated 21st of February 2008. We, Yu Bun Leng and Marcel Lemond, co-investigating judges of the Extraordinary Chambers in the courts of Cambodia, assisted by Mr. Hom Hel and Mr. Lee Chan Tok La, greffiers, and by Mr. Tan Hien Davan and Mr. Uch Chan Nora, sworn interpreters of the Extraordinary Chambers, traveled to Tuol Sleng Genocidal Museum in Phnom Penh. At Tuol Sleng, we were joined by Mrs. Chia Liang and Mr. Robert Petit, the co-prosecutors of the Extraordinary Chambers. Kaing Guek Eav, alias Duch, assisted by his lawyers, Mr. Kasavut and Mr. Francois Hu. Civil party Chum Mai, assisted by his lawyer, Mr. Hong Kum Suan. Civil party Bu Meng, assisted by his lawyer, Mr. Yong Panat. Witness Wan Nat, Mom Nai, Suh Thi, Him Hoi, Sao Mate, Prak Khon, Kung Pai. Expert Zoran Lesic, designated by means of the ordinance dated the 12th of February 2008, was also in attendance for the purpose of this report and took the photographs which are featured to the present report, Annex 1. The charged person said that he knows Wan Nat, Bu Meng, Chum Mai, Mom Nai, Suos Thi, and Him Hui. Witness Kung Pai stated that he knows Duch, Mom Nai, and Him Hui. Witness Kung Pai stated that after his stint as a guard outside, he was assigned to the special prison behind building A. He said that he saw Duch coming to the special prison to interrogate prisoners. He added that the guards here could not enter the special prison, but the ones from the special prison could come in here. He was assigned to guard this building very shortly before the Vietnamese arrived. He said that he did not know all the interrogators by name. He described the various forms of torture: clamps in the toenails, ducking in ice water. After being interrogated, the prisoners were taken to some other locations, but he does not know where.
With regard to the photo of prisoners lying down in a line, one nat explains that this is how he was held. See the paragraph number 9.1 below. Witnesses Prakon and Kung Pai recognized that this type of room existed. Before the water tank, Suthi and Prakon declared that the water tank did not exist at that time. Kung Pai explained that he saw that water tank outside the prison compound and inside the special prison. He added that the drum on display near the bath was used to fill with ice water. Other witnesses provided some confirmations regarding the killing. Kung Pai still insisted that he stood by his statement that he was present during an execution at night. He indicated that the victims were buried next to the special prison inside the S21 premises as they were at the time of the events, but outside the current premises. The participants then left the room without any incident. The reconstruction was photographed and videoed, and a copy of the audio-video recording was given to the accused. The original of the report was written in the Khmer and French, and then translated into English. The graphics, Li Chantola, Home Hell. The President, after hearing the statements of the witness and the written record of the confrontation and the reconstruction as read out by the graphier, for this witness, do the co-prosecutors have any observations to make? Co-prosecutor, Mr. President, for the testimonies of the witness Kung Pai as read out by the graphier, on behalf of the co-prosecutors, we do not have any objection. The President and the Civil Party Council, do you have any observations to make regarding the statements as read out by the graphier?
None, Your Honor. Thank you.
The President, the Defense Counsel, do you have any observations you wish to make regarding the statements which have just been read by the graphier? The statements belong to the witness Kung Pai.
Mr. Hu, Mr. President, the defense has a problem. Could the Office of the Co-Prosecutors indicate to the court which of its witnesses are telling the truth? This witness contradicts a number of statements that were made before this chamber by other prosecution witnesses. I am referring, for example, to the fact that this witness said that the Duch interviewed the prisoners himself, whereas other prosecution witnesses have stated the contrary. This witness says there was a bathtub, and other prosecution witnesses say the contrary. While this witness says he saw the 10 rules of discipline on the wall, this very morning another prosecution witness said the exact opposite. So this is my question for the Office of the Co-Prosecutors. For the transparency of proceedings, would you be so kind as to indicate to the chamber which of your witnesses is telling the truth, in order to support the work of the defense and to ascertain the truth?
The President, the International Co-Prosecutor, you may proceed.
Your Honours, we all heard Your Honour's question to my learned friend whether he objects to the admission of this witness testimony into evidence without calling this witness to the court. My learned friend once again did not respond to Your Honour's question. Responding to the matter raised by my learned friend, Your Honours, being very experienced judges, are well aware that a trial of this nature will clearly not have every witness repeating a testimony as if every witness was telling the same story. They're all humans. There are at times some differences in the way one witness describes an event from the way another witness describes an event. I think it's early at this stage to get into this. After all, this is what Your Honours will do at judgment. And this is what we shall argue at the time of closing submissions as to the weight to be assigned to the testimony of every witness heard by Your Honours. So my most respectful submission to Your Honours is it's premature at this stage to get into who is right, who is wrong. That's not my job. It's Your Honours' business to do to ascertain the truth. After all, we are assisting Your Honours in that matter. I would most respectfully request my learned friend to respond to Your Honours' question whether he has any objection to the admission of this particular witness's testimony. Thank you.
The President, Mr. Francois Roux, do you have anything to respond?
Mr. Roux, thank you, Mr. President. Obviously, the defense is not disputing the putting of this testimony before the court. What the defense wants is for the prosecution to answer the question which was put. That is to say, which of your witnesses is telling the truth in light of two contradictory statements?
The President. The chamber would like to give the opportunity to the accused to make his observations regarding the statements which were read by the graphier. If you wish to do so. The accused, Mr. President, the general situation surrounding the crimes committed at S21, the testimony by Kung Pai is minimal. It is only a minimal part to assist the chambers and the nations as a whole to understand the truth. Some events raised by Kung Pai, for example, regarding his allegation that I interrogated prisoners. This type of testimony, in addition to the alleged 10 regulations of Son-Tebal on the blackboard, were extensively discussed before this chamber. Reasons by both sides were put before the chamber. Therefore, I think it is problematic with the testimony of the witness Kung Pai. There is an English proverb that one swallow doesn't make a season. So this is up to the judgment of the chamber, as it has been discussed extensively. Separately, regarding the Duch, whom I requested from Kampong Chnang, I would make a summary on this topic. When the facts regarding those Jews have been put before the chamber. This is my response, Mr. President. The President. It is now time for the adjournment. The chamber will adjourn the proceeding today, and we will resume our proceeding tomorrow. Starting at 9 a.m. And parties and the publics are reminded that tomorrow the chamber will hear the testimony of an expert witness, David Chandler. Security guard take the accused back to the detention facility and bring him back to the chamber before 9 a.m. The hearing is now adjourned. All rise, says the greffier.